Well, hello. If anybody is watching this right now or in the future, uh, just a short little stream today, probably. But we're probably just gonna start off. Hey, Arjanish! Yeah, welcome in. Well, first I'm just gonna go hop in to Firefly Forest and we're gonna go hand in some of these side quests that I have built up. Then we're gonna go to Orange Oasis. We're gonna do Dino's Dig, which I didn't do in my initial playthrough. Um, then we'll do the Unbred Twins. And then I think that's pretty much all there's to do on this night. So we'll do the Hidden Library stuff and then probably start Last Resort, depending on. Oh, wait, I didn't mean to do that. Just depending on how long this stuff takes. We've been with blah, 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 blah. We don't need to do that right now. No, Fear of Drowning is after this. Oh, really? You have to do that? Interesting. I didn't think I did that. I thought I did that during night 2 during my initial playthrough. Well, I guess we're about to find out. Whoa, where'd you come from? This book sure is interesting. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Sorry, I must have zoned out for a moment there. Thank you for showing me this interesting book. I'll have to give you something in return. This book is a collection of some of the saddest poems ever written. Please enjoy it. Yeah, so, I mean, again, I've kind of brought it up before. I guess I'm bringing it up again because I lost the Firefly Forest footage the first time, but you know, this does seem to be like a reference to Sonny and Basil. The fact that it gives you the deep poetry book after, and one of Omori's first skills is reciting a sad poem. Um, and honestly, Demi just kind of looks like a baby Sonny here. Um, and you know, Firefly Forest, it's this brain foggy area, especially alongside the other quest. It just seems like it would make sense for the quests to reference Sonny and Basil. Candely is the same thing over here. Um, a good listener's like just exactly the words that Basil uses. Candly is also a candle, paired with the fact that there's so many candles in this area overall, and the fact that one of Sonny's memories that he cherishes at the end of the game, at the end of the Sonny route, that is Basil's smile as he blows out his candles, though in the actual photo he only has one. I don't know what the rubber duck means. Right. Um, so we have one side quest that kind of shows Sunny's side of a Basil and Sunny interaction, and one side quest that shows Basil's side of a Basil and Sunny interaction, which I do like. But enough of that. Let's go ahead and let's also, I guess, go back to Otherworld and hand in the Brother Mole quest. It actually makes me a little sad that I'm not playing the Sunny route. Like, I don't know if you were in the stream yet, but I like walked into Basil's house and it was playing the Home for Flowers version. And I was like, man, I wish I was playing the Sunny route right now. Of course, we already have the universal remote. Not that I can do anything with it right now, though I can at least get the stat boosts out of it, which are pretty significant. How does the coffee machine work? Darn it. Alright. Yeah, go ahead. I'm just doing some random crap right now, so I'm down to have a little conversation about the previous episodes. Though the last VOD hasn't been uploaded yet. I've actually been thinking about that, about like my analysis on that, and I still think that it is like an inconsistency because, like, come on, it's Polly, and just like her like vibe, but I've been wondering if maybe there was like, because things about Basil generally aren't at Orange Oasis, and so I've been rethinking my analysis on that to maybe think that instead of Basil and Sunny, it's supposed to be Mari and Sunny as Peanut and Jelly, especially since they're, I believe, siblings. I don't know. But then where does the Polly reference come? And then, so I could maybe think that maybe there was like originally something where before Polly was like a nurse, maybe like 4 years prior she would have been, or not even 4 years prior, but like several years prior when Sunny was still a young child, maybe like she could have been like a babysitter, and that's why the house seems based off of Sunny's. But I don't know, just things to think about. There's nothing that indicates, I mean, pretty much all of the other facts indicate that Sunny does not know Polly before coming out outside. Other than the weird headspace inconsistencies, not just with Palmy, but with the Polly strangers that can appear. Alright, so I think that's all of the side quests that I can turn in right now. Yeah, that's true, and that's also like how I view the prologue, is like it's not Sunny like straight up predicting the future, it's just literature foreshadowing. Of course, Palmy isn't foreshadowing, nor are the Polly strangers foreshadowing, because they only appear after Polly appears in real life. So I think it's more so the game was designed around the Sunny route. In a lot of ways. Granted, there's still some inconsistencies with that, though, because, like, we know that Aubrey's character was originally supposed to change a bit in Headspace after the first night, or the first day in the real world. But that dialogue was cut, and then it was changed to match the Amori route. But I guess we don't know the order of how those things happened, or why those things happened. So... let's see. Do I have any other? What are my other incomplete quests? Yeah, Basil, Weeping Willow. Neither of those are getting handed in right now. So now we'll go to Orange Oasis. Yeah, the Raintown is such a weird little hamlet. I mean, before this playthrough, I never even thought about the fact that it basically is under a lake, which I think is a really interesting thing, because there's already some weird connections between the Rainy Day memory and rain and the lake. Because of the vision you can see during One Day Left, if you don't do the whatchamacallit, the Recycledest quest stuff. But yeah, a lot of people miss a lot of Mario dialogue. She like has a lot of it. Like her quest dialogue is just often. Like, she has, like, one when you get the quest, then one after you collect the item you need, and then one after you do the results. And, of course, Raintown has multiple. The veggie kids are comfortable again. I hope they grow up and become wonderful veggie adults. Reference to growing up. Alright, so we need to equip... Yeah, that's fair. We need to make sure we have Lucky Slice equipped so we can kill the chickens. Though, are we even high enough level to one-shot the chickens? Maybe we should leave this... Maybe we should leave Orange Oasis for One Day Left. You have a worried look in your eyes. I can tell a problem greatly ails you. Hero learns spicy food. Alright. Yeah, we can't do it until One Day Left because of fear of drowning. So if I can kill the chickens, I know that that's a good I know that they're really good to grind with. Do I have a... Bud girl. I just forgot to move my microphone over. I know the enemies in this area are somewhat tough. I don't know if I actually can beat them yet. Probably. Yeah, I don't think it is. I think I just need to readjust. Last Resort doesn't even really take that long though. So maybe I'll just especially in this route, because I don't think you even get to do, because don't you skip like all of the lighthouse stuff, like, which is really unfortunate because I have a good WTF value in this run. Oh, my Amori is faster than Kel right now. Yeah, so we probably... Yeah, I think this is probably something we can hold off on for now. I don't seem to be really getting anywhere with those fights. Uh-oh. So we'll get the pyramid key now so we can skip this first area next time I come. Ugh. Right. That's what I'm thinking. Well, I wasn't thinking that, but like I figured I would just get levels. Alright, well, in that case... the stream. Oh, my go live notification is still from my original playthrough. Oops. It doesn't prompt me to change that in Streamlabs when I go live, so I never changed it. Alright. Well, is there anything else that I should do right now before I think that's about it. Peach soda. Alright, I think the Omori route minigame for this is sorting, which is the most interesting of them. No, it's dishes. This is dishes. Well, yes, I will eat a single block of tofu. Don't get me started on the manga. I don't like it. I mean, I don't know what your opinions on the manga are. I don't like it. It's just like it's been going on for so long that I think people have like forgotten all of the baffling decisions that happened early on as well. Like I still can't get over Sunny throwing up and passing out at Basil's, and then Polly finding him, and then Kel, I guess, carrying him back to his house. Just like a baffling way to change that interaction when I don't think it really saved any time. I guess we'll check on Rococo one more time before I walk up the altar towards my boy best friend over here. The smiling's bad, just because it's so, like... I mean, I guess I know that Omori can smile, and I don't think there's a way to get the happy emotion in the real world, but there might be. But, like... It just takes so much away from the secret ending, which is something you have to work for, you know, beyond just playing the game. I don't want to pay Rococo 5,000 clams right now, I'm going to be honest. Well, I mean, it's not like I'm using it on anything else. Plus, I still have all the pearls to sell. There's a grandfather clock here. Just like there's a grandfather clock in Sweetheart's room, which, you know, Sunny's house has two grandfather's clock. One is supposed to be ahead and one of them is supposed to be behind. And then, of course, the one doesn't work anymore in the real world, I'm pretty sure. And in this one of them has been locked behind some presents. You can't get to it. Alright. Every time I go in here, the shadows of the flowers always make me think like, oh, I bet there's something hiding in the shadows here. But there never is. Like just like the I don't know why, it's just like the way they look, it's like, oh, maybe it's hiding something. Anyway, going down the altar. If you play this as intended, you're following Stranger down the aisle. Or as directed, I guess. Sunny's wallpaper in the borders. A white egret orchid. In the language of flowers, it symbolizes the phrase, "My thoughts will follow you into your dreams." I love this. I love that. I mean, I probably said it in the first playthrough, probably multiple times because they appear multiple times. It's just one of those things that Omori does with implications, right? Because for Sunny to know what this flower means in the language of flowers, he had to have learned it from, he most likely learned it from Basil, right? Even though Basil like never talks about white egret orchids, we know that he's been the one placing them around town, or we can believe that he's the one who's been placing them around town. Considering there's one in his grandmother's room. You find a book of interest. I mean, that makes sense. There's also, like, the stuff with the snow angels. I mean, I do think that Stranger probably would have appeared either way. I mean, I do know that it represents the phrase, "My thoughts will follow you into your dreams," but Stranger really specifically, I mean, outside of this area, isn't necessarily associated with white egret orchids, because he's more associated with the daisy in Black Space. But you know, "My thoughts will follow you into your dreams." That's a very Stranger thing to indicate, right? And there's the Basil's Hope T-shirt that has that phrase written on it. Hey, Goro! Welcome in, welcome in. We are changing our plans a little bit. Kel's the first to nod off, then the rest. As the sun set over the freeway, Sonny's head accidentally drops onto Aubrey's shoulder. The sudden jolt wakes him, but he doesn't dare open his eyes. He pretends to be asleep and studies his breathing. He listens to the sound of the road. He feels the soft run resting on his skin and the slight tinge of pain on his nose from tomorrow's sunburn. He is happy, very, very happy, and he makes a vow to himself that no matter what, he will remember this moment forever. I mean, I guess we can take this moment as him remembering it. But yes, that's the famous sunburn line. But yeah, we're changing things around because I can't do the unbred twins yet, which means we have to just go ahead and move on. You haven't missed much. I just handed in the Firefly Forest side quests. I talked a little bit more about them, but I already kind of talked about them when I picked them up, so you didn't really miss anything. puddle of juice sinks into the carpet. Hovering above it is none other than Kel, holding an open juice box. He looks around at his friends, who are all wearing the same face of disappointment. He lets out a guilty chuckle. In what seems like less than a second, Kel disappears out the front door. A tiny black kitten makes her way through the stain, leaving sloppy, wet tracks all across the carpet. Mari's face turns red and yells for Kel, but Kel is already long gone. Hiro hands Mari some wet paper towels. Looks like they're the only adults here, and if they don't clean this up soon, the carpet is going to stain. They'll have to deal with Kel later. It was a hot summer day, and all Sunny could think about was why they couldn't do this tomorrow. The backyard was a mess. Planks of wood were strewn about the area. Paint stains blotched the grass thanks to Basil and Aubrey's work. All day, Sunny watched Hiro lug planks of wood back and forth from his dad's pickup truck. He watched Kel hammer his fingers over and over and made note that over an hour has passed since Mari has climbed down her ladder. I will just be their moral support, Sunny thought as he sat sleepily in the shade of his favorite tree. Of course, he knew this wouldn't be the case. Soon his friends will be asking for his help and he won't be able to refuse. The treehouse is for everyone, so it's only fair that everyone put some work into it. Sunny knows this and agrees, but reluctantly. He slides up and wobbles his way to the mess. He knows he should put in his fair share. It just had to be on the hottest day of the summer. I believe that is the only time Basil is mentioned. Oh, Spirit Mari. I believe that is the only time Basil is mentioned in here, unless I missed a mention during the sunburn one. Yeah, so Hiro and Mari are the two that share names. The treehouse memory is kind of easy, just because one of them is referred to as a he, so we know that that's Hiro. It is my opinion that the one about the Miwos, about Kel dropping the juice, is intended to be ambiguous because Kel talks about this event in the real world later, and I think it is supposed to be a reveal that it was Mari that got mad at Kel and not Hiro. That's how I take it, at least. Every day during class, Sunny would gaze listlessly through the opening. At the shadows of the trees, the clouds creeping overhead, his mind drifted elsewhere, into his own worlds, his own stories, his own adventures. He had a habit of doing this. It was easy for him to get lost. Today was the same as any other. Sunny stared vacantly out the small window as the clouds passed one by one. Suddenly, a hand playfully slaps his back, snapping him out of his reverie. Sunny looks away from the opening. Kel smiles. He motions that class is over and that it's finally time for lunch. It's pizza day today, and they need to bolt to the cafeteria before it's all gone. Sunny's stomach growls. He looks at the small window one last time. He would have to continue his adventure another day. Yes, I did read a story. I can send you a link if you'd like, once the stream's over with. I wouldn't have too high expectations for it. It was basically just a writing warm-up for Sinesk. I wanted to nail down... I don't know what I wanted to nail down, because it's a pre-canon story, but what I really need to be nailing down is how the characters act after the game, considering that's what I'm supposed to be writing. And I'm not entirely satisfied with it, but yeah, I'll send you the link. It's just on AO3. Based on Sunny's birthday in the year of the photo album. It's sunset. A strange statue watches over the hidden lake. It might have meant something significant in the past, but time has made its engravings illegible. Either way, it doesn't matter to the company visiting it today. They're only here to use it as a diving board. The brothers take turns jumping off the statue. Hiro jumps first, then Kel, then Hiro again, then Kel again. The brothers gleefully urge Sunny to join them, and after some careful thought, Sunny warily agrees. Sunny shuffles up the statue and looks down at the moving water. He can hear his heartbeat. His ears begin to ring. His legs feel as if they would give out at any time. He tries to focus on his breathing. He feels something crawling on his shoulder, and his eyes fly open to meet with those of a black spider. In an instant, Sunny loses all sense and hurls himself into the lake. Water fills his nose. He exerts his limbs, but the water is stronger. He's too weak, too helpless. Or that is what he believes. Sunny shuts his eyes and waits for the brothers to save him. Actually, this is relevant to the fic I wrote. Yeah, the single space is Sunny, and that's probably because you can name Sunny whatever you want, and they didn't want to have to deal with that. And also, they didn't want you to confuse Sunny with Aubrey. Not that... Or no, they don't want you to confuse Sunny with Basil. Not that that is at all relevant. Because I don't think there's a single one of these where... where that's up for question. I mean, like I said, Basil's only mentioned once, and it's in the context of making crafts with Aubrey for the treehouse. The memories are written in third person, which I do think is relevant, because Sunny is dissociating hard. That even these memories, he's looking in from a third person perspective, unlike how he will experience the memories how he would experience the memories during Memory Lane during the Sunny route. I do like this, by the way. This is almost like you could see it as another reference. Because if we take Stranger to be the one who's responsible for these areas, then this is like presenting the truth to Sunny in a way that is more palatable, kind of referential to Basil and Sunny, Sunny's friendship with just like with the interesting literature side quest, or fascinating literature side quest. Everyone is over again today. The special occasion is Saturday morning. From 7 a.m. to 11 a.m., a group of 6 friends eat a delicious homemade breakfast and watch TV together. It's the most enjoyable part of every week. Sunny looks at the clock. 8 a.m. 2 hours left. He'd be able to watch with everyone else until 10 a.m. when his tutor arrives. Sunny grimaces. What he thought would be a rewarding hobby has been nothing more than a nuisance. Instead of watching the shows with the rest of his friends, he'll be the only one to miss out. If only he could watch the last hour with everyone else. If only he didn't have to play the violin. Something opened. Yeah, so we go in the piano room first. And I think we have to come back here later to... get to stuff. The cartoons, I believe there's a reference to that in Sunny's house before Memory Lane as well, if I'm not mistaken, if you interact with the TV. Oh, jump rope. I hate that the wiki does not have an easy way to view all of the Sunny's house stuff. At least in my experience. yeah, a nice big TV. Watching Saturday morning cartoons here was the best. Um, which so it doesn't directly reference it, but it is one of the few things in Sunny's house before Memory Lane that is in past tense, which implies that wherever that is, yeah, wherever that's taken from is. I don't know. I mean, I guess like I think Sunny's house. You can probably imply that that version of Sunny's house is probably shortly before the incident. You know, probably early school. Um, and so maybe they weren't doing like Saturday morning cartoons by then. I don't know. Um, just because it's in past tense, it's an interesting. It's not the only thing that's in past tense, to be fair. There's a few other things that are weird. In just in the way they're discussed during that segment, like the plants at the bottom of the stairs. He says, "Mom eventually put these away because Miwo tried to eat them." Um, and then I think there's also like the snow globes or like the just like the trinkets from the different vacations, um, where he also talks about it in past tense. Um, yeah, and the plants aren't put away; like they're at the bottom of the stairs. 6 keys left. Uh, but yeah, so we can't do unbred twins until we've conquered the fear of drowning. And also, I'm not high level enough to defeat the chicken in Dino's Dig. So we're just gonna move on to Last Resort, and then we'll go back to Orange Oasis. Yeah, it's. I get it. Don't forget, it's in the toy box. Uh, I mean, I do think it is relevant that Stranger doesn't speak until Black Space. Um, because I think even the dialogue during the when he's giving the flower meanings are still said. I don't think it says that. I don't think it says stranger on those. I think it still says basil, right? Maybe I'm wrong about that. Um, but like he even says in Black Space, here's where I can really see you, the real you, or whatever, like or whatever. Um, all right, chores time. 2 days left. 2 days left. I would have liked if Stranger did have more of like a presence in Hidden Library. What if he was like standing in front of each of the books that you could read, and then like he would disappear as you approach, and then you can read the book. Hey, Sonny, it's Mommy. Are you doing okay? You haven't been answering my calls or responding to my voicemails. If you keep ignoring me, I'll start to get worried again. I hope you're pacing your chores. I don't think even I could finish everything in one day. Did you end up visiting Kel? Yeah, Mari's cameo, Spirit Mari walking down the stairs is good. Um, check the closet downstairs and see if there's anything you want to keep. We'll probably just throw away it, whatever you don't want. There's only 2 days left before I come pick you up. Okay, that's it for now. Mommy loves you. Bye, honey. Bzz. I think it's a little sad that Kel does not attempt to get Sunny outside. Um, I'm not brushing my teeth. Do I already... Can I even check achievements when I'm in game? I don't think I can. There's nothing here. Yeah, so Kel, the way it's described in game is that Kel has been calling every week since they put the house up for sale, um, implying that 3 days left is the first time he worked up the courage to actually knock on the door. Or implying that Sunny's mom doesn't spend a whole lot of time at the house, whichever you would prefer. Um, and yeah, you can abandon the Sunny route because you can reject him. You can go outside during 3 days left, and yeah, I don't remember exactly what the line is, if it like what it implies, but yeah, she explicitly mentions that he's been calling. Um, this is like random, right? It's like a 10% chance that each item like will break. Yeah, she explicitly mentioned he's been calling for every week since the house has been put up for sale. I don't think she mentions how long that's been. Um, yeah. Um, it's probably been like at least like a month or so. Um, I mean, so there's definitely some analysis you can do here. Um, the number one mom mug being right under the. Oh, does it randomize it? Maybe it doesn't matter. But there's still like some like environmental storytelling here. Number one mom mug and the wine glass. Um, Yeah, I mean, it's definitely implied that Sonny's, just to rewind a little bit, it's definitely implied that Sonny's mom probably leaves him home alone quite a bit, just because he's always home and she has a job. Um, and, as we see in Black Space, um, the Sonny we're leaving text coming from the phone, Sonny we're moving text coming from the phone, does seem to imply that he mostly associates his mom with speaking through a phone. Um, I do like that there's only like one bar stool there. I think in the memory lane version, there's two because Hiro and Mari do their homework there, and then obviously Sunny and Basil's table is no longer present. Um, you don't really put a table in a box, but I don't know. Maybe they just got rid of it. I don't think so. I don't think she's abusive. I have mentioned it before that the game kind of feels like. I mean, Sonny's old enough that he can be left alone. I do think that um, she does appear to baby him a little bit, but that's not something that is out of the ordinary for people that Sonny knows, as we see in the story. Um, Sonny is a very sheltered individual. Um, he also definitely has like enough money to like order pizza every single time, every single day that she's gone. So it's not like that's an issue. And she is a single parent, um, implied single parent to be fair. Um, but yeah, like I said it in one of the earlier streams. The game almost feels like it wants to say something about parenting with like the different versions of parents that we see um, throughout the game. Um, and my take on that is probably it's less that the game that Omocat like intended for a game to have a message on that, and more probably more that Omocat themselves might have like I don't know a somewhat complicated or mixed relationship with the way they were raised. I don't know. I guess that might just me be just me looking into it. I feel like I saw like an interview or a stream where something like that was mentioned with in regards to Aubrey's parents. Um, but like you have a lot of absent parents in this game. Um, right. Um, there's also like the other wrinkle in this where if you interpret Sonny's mom to know the truth, that may make things even more difficult. Um, as well as the fact that Sonny has been, you know, a Hikikomori for the past, you know, 3.5 years. I think it would be because this takes place in the summer, so it wouldn't be exactly 4 years. Um, since the incident was in October. Uh, all right, bath time. View the only canonical um, bath that Sunny takes during the game. Um, though I do think the manga added him bathing, at least taking a shower at Basil's house after digging through the trash. Though in the game, I don't think Sunny digs through the trash, but I do like that all of Sunny's like fear segments uh, come back to the stairs. Oh, Mari. And I believe these fleeting looks at Spirit Mari are like the only times you see her in this route, right? Because you don't because once we get back into the game, um, we're only gonna really have Kel. True. I do think Kel guiding Omori back to the plot is a very interesting decision. Um, Something drags you down. There is some accuracy. I will talk about Kel. There's some interesting things about Kel, about how Kel is depicted in Headspace, um, that I do want to talk about when I find a good opportunity, which will probably be when I get to that part. Um, I think I just have to keep persisting here. How sad. He got in the bathtub that made his clothes reappear. I mean, I'm sure that she'll like reappear in like some Black Space 2 segment or something. Um, well, I'm not sure actually. I'm not sure of that. um, hey there, Spider. So the thing is, I have like a high WTF value, um, which means Spirit Mari was supposed to appear next to the picnic basket three during the prologue, and she didn't, um, which is interesting. I don't know. I completely forgot about that. Oh, I might be the one misremembering. I just know it's like you're supposed to be able to see something by the picnic basket. Well, not something, but you're supposed to see a version of Mari by the picnic basket after during the prologue. But regardless, neither of them were there, and I have a high WTF value, which is just one of many oddities that I've run into. Um, yes, I did. I don't know if you've forgotten the weird Genos glitch we ran into during the Sunny route. No allowance today. That's messed up. A thick fog envelops the entire forest. Interesting. Of course, boss is gone. We're not gonna stick around here too long. Um, I don't think we can go too. Yeah, we can't really go too far off track. We're growing up so fast. My job is to point people to the last resort. That's where I work. It's kind of sort of close by. Okay, or maybe it isn't. Come on, I'll show you. It's just across the water. I don't think Kel has any dialogue for running too much, because that wouldn't make sense. Um, Kel is used in a somewhat aggressive manner in Headspace to forget the truth and try to downplay Basil and things like that. Um, and like it's just like the way like Headspace Kel will frequently call, or not, I don't know if frequently is the right word, but he will often call Amori his best friend when real world Kel only uses the term pretty loosely to refer to the entirety of the group. Um, you also have the fact that, oh, let's see, what was I? Well, there's this. Obviously, he's paving over Spirit Mari here. Um, in Humphrey, he is going to be the one who kicks Basil's flower crown off the side of the path. Though he is also the one who remembers the camera or tries to. Um, I don't know. I'm sure there's more to this. I mean, there's not. It's not like a lot. I do think this stuff is kind of interesting. Um, and then right up here, once we hop into the water, um, right, it was the first to forget that the album exists. Um, don't be scared, Amori. I'm here for you. Um, whereas Kel in the real world very explicitly doesn't know that Sunny struggles with the water. Um, because if he did, he probably would have jumped after Basil himself instead of telling Sunny to do it um, during the lake incident. It seems pretty specific to me. The way, especially with the fact that nobody, like, you pair that with the fact that nobody comments on Sunny, like, nobody mentions Sunny's fear of spiders in the real world, even when one appears and Kel has to. I mean, yeah, he's definitely grown a lot in the real world. I don't think he ever knew that Sonny had like a fear of drowning following the lake incident. Is the thing, um, just because of the way Sonny's fears are presented in the real world. Like in Firefly Forest, for instance, you get the little line of dialogue where it's like, "Hero, you need to overcome your fear of spiders," because and just look at Omori, he's done it. But nobody really says anything like that, despite Sunny's lack of reaction to the spider during that scene in the real world. Um, I don't know. I've talked a lot about how Sunny's fears are treated, especially with regards to the lake incident. When Kel talks about the lake incident again, he also doesn't know that it was because of a spider that Sunny fell. He just says that Sunny slipped or tripped or something along those lines. Um, so it's just interesting because I think Kel is being like pretty aggressively pushed into roles that either hero or not hero either Basil or Mari filled, um, and no longer can because of how headspace works. Yeah, that's the other thing is we have the line from Basil in Black Space about Sunny telling him about the spider, and then we have, of course, their follow-ups, which are Sunny and Basil vent their fears to each other and things like that. I don't think that's the exact terminology. A big seashell. If you hold up a seashell to your ear, you can hear the ocean. Almost like some kind of ocean's dream. That being said, like, that's not to say that I don't think Kel is like emotionally mature or immature or something like or things like that. I do think that it is relevant that he's the one who's being put into these roles instead of Hiro or Aubrey, especially when the idea of Sunny of Amori and Aubrey going on a adventure together, was already brought up earlier in Headspace. And you also have the thing at the very beginning of the game where Kel hides behind the tetherball, um, just so that Omori doesn't have to be alone. Because that is something that everybody seems to understand about Sunny in the real world is that he doesn't like being alone, or at least Hero comments on it um, during the sleepover. It does, and I think part of it is like there's like part of it is like we don't know what Sonny's been doing for 4 years, right? Like, what does being a Hikikomori entail for him? Um, like, there's so much that we can think about. Has Sonny had to conquer his fears multiple times? Like in previous loops of Headspace, has he had to conquer his fear of heights, or was that only even relevant here because his mind subconsciously is putting barriers to stop him from trying to find the truth? Um, I also think it's interesting that um, Sonny does not conquer his fears after the something fights. He conquers them after engaging with them in Headspace, right? Um, something wall, something wall. Right. And obviously I believe that that is true about Sunny for 4 years. Um, but has he avoided leaving his room is another question. Probably not, considering Sunny's mom leaves sticky notes all over the house for him. Um, Gator guys, no guns for the Gator guys here. Roman cow, Roman. That's a WTF event, right? Clam. All right. Yeah, I do think that his specific reaction to the stairs, as well as, well, I think his specific reaction to the stairs with the fear of heights is probably due to it also being nighttime. Like, I think maybe if it was daytime, I don't know. That's not really based on anything though. It's just like, no, I guess his mom could bring food up to him. Um, right, the whole 3 days left thing, which means he could be like more stressed than normal. Um, I have to remember to go into the women's restroom this time because I didn't do it in my last playthrough. Find Basil? That's what we were going to do. Yeah, always happy to help. Let me know if you need anything else, okay? Basil is missing out. Could he be somewhere around here? You know better than we do, Omori. Alright. Oh, and then the hand washing thing is another thing because Kel says early on in this in Headspace that Basil is always reminding him to wash his hands. So um, the shift to Omori making him do it um, is just like another way that like Basil, not even his relationship with Sunny, but his relationship with Kel is being paved over. Um, I do think this is like a really good section. Um, oh, the hand washing thing. I was like, um, I was like, I was like, Yeah, I guess you can skip hanging out with Kel a little bit because in the Sunny route you're with Mari for most of this, um, but you still get to hang out with Kel one on one a little bit. Um, is there anything to do in there? I guess we can collect the quest. Right, it is a meta thing. Um, I mean, you gotta keep in mind, there's a lot of stuff that's optional that I just kind of choose to see every optional thing as canon. Um, like, hearing Kel talk about Hero after the incident is optional. You don't actually have to hear him talk about that. Yo, did you guys hear that leitmotif? Six spooky maps. They'll find their way here on their own. Yeah, I think my point is like literally the only reason for that optional interaction to exist is to like try to pave over like this thing that Kel said offhandedly very early on in the game. Because it's such like a bizarre thing to include in the first place. Just making Kel wash his hands. I think Kel being messy is mentioned a couple times in the photo album as well, if I'm not mistaken. Um, uh, Arjanath, which one of these did I do in my initial playthrough? I'll just do the other one. Omori. That's right, because I think my reasoning was that I always do Basil, so I should do the Omori one. Um, um, so the Omori tape is Sunny sitting at the piano. The Basil tape is him looking down at Mari's body at the bottom of the stairs. And there's actually like an extended version of that that makes it more obvious. Um, but since we know that Omori is on the piano, we can ascertain that Sunny may be looking at him, had his reflection in the piano, and the name Omori emblazoned across his face. Um, Look, it's Pinata Guy. True. Next Twitter poll: whose scared sprite is the cutest? I straight up like very rarely buy anything in this game. It's 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 easy. It's just kind of easy, so you don't really have to. Nose goes. To buy confetti. What does confetti do? Is it... I see. Yeah, this game does kind of like having very limited items for seemingly no reason. Okay, I probably did need to use juice. Sean and Rin, we hope you are enjoying yourselves at the last resort. Please let us know if you need anything. I'm gonna try to get past Resort and then probably do Orange Oasis. Then you go back and do well, do the Dino's Dig and then Unbred Twins, and then I'm thinking Friday I'll do Humphrey, finish up any one day left stuff, then Black Space, which is technically like the end of the Omori route, and then maybe like Saturday, no, not Saturday because my friend's birthday is Saturday, so then Sunday I'll probably maybe hop on a little earlier in the day, and then do all of the post-game stuff, and I'd like to end it with the Basil Rush, but I don't actually know the best order to do things. I think Bossman Hero is the first thing you do post-Omori route, right? Because he's not at the playground. Or I guess you go to the... Or do you go to Basil's house first? I don't remember. Gotta take a break from the slots. I don't know. It's been so long since I've played the Omori route. And like I said, this is the first time I'm doing... This is the first time I'm even doing the console version of it. Space Boy's dad. He's a bird. Work? This place is the dumps. Right, so we'll have to do the Rococo stuff. We'll have to do the Space Boy stuff. There's Perfect Heart, Mutant Heart, and Robo Heart. And then, like I said, I think I want to finish it with the Basil Rush. Yeah, there's quite a bit. Because before you can do Basil Rush, you have to finish the boss rush first. So that's why I said I'll probably start a little early. But I do want to get this out of the way, because I have like some other stuff going on. I've actually been writing quite a bit lately during my free time. I really have to go to the bathroom. Abandoning your post again, Cal? Maybe that it was kind of what I intended out of these streams, and then I just kind of figured out and realized that because the analysis stuff that I use is from all over the place, it's actually hard to talk about it. So maybe we'll see. I'd probably want to do like a stream. This character looks like Peanut from Orange Oasis, and also says they came from the city. A vacation from their vacation. We're not gonna do much gambling, I think. You notice Kel didn't wash his hands. Also, does that say Sunny was here up in the bathroom? Or no, it says Snaily was here. Never mind. I know one time I tried to like say like Snaily was like supposed to represent Sunny in a way. Because they both have 5-letter names that start with S and end with Y, but Snaily was like somebody who would watch old development streams way back in like 2014 when Omori was like first being created. So probably not that. Yeah, Snaily's the thing that dies all the time. We're actually gonna see Snaily a few times. Snaily is a... Oh, I forgot about the E. Snailey. Oh, yeah. Wow. Made Kel wash his hands. Gator guy. Hey there, good looking. My sisters and I own a small cafe in the highway east of here. You should check it out. Is he really dead for good? Does he like never appear again? I figured he would like appear again during the Omori route last day. That's kind of funny. I do think we get to see the game's only F-bomb in this playthrough. True. No, I didn't. I'm Burtmo, and I wouldn't be anyone but me. Okay, Burtmo. Brick room, brick room, brick room, brick room. Punching bag, I think that's for Aubrey, right? Or is it a charm? Yeah. Has a picture of Kel on it where it starts angry in battle. So, probably intended for Aubrey. Bills, bills, bills. Stocks are up. Employee of the month. Wow. Clean and a clean and a clean and a clean. The boss told me to paint whatever I want, so I'm painting some flowers. The boss tried to put me to use, but when he realized I couldn't do anything, he told me to be a bed tester. Yep, this bed sure feels good. Well, that sounds familiar. Sorry, I had a bit of trauma there. Yo, is that Gaster? How does this interaction work again? That is supposed to be an Undertale reference, right? I feel like it was. Unless I'm just missing something. Oh, would you look at that? I guess it could be like an Earthbound reference that I haven't really gotten to yet. I started playing the first Mother game recently. Also, look, the doll turned into Sunny. Also, there's a knife in his back. We don't really get anything out of going to these other floors before meeting up with Aubrey, I don't think. Though that is a cutscene, so I guess if there's any items, we want to get them. I hope Nose is doing okay without me. Life Jam guy. I do not need Life Jam. The clam coin, that makes you get more money, right? I guess I'll probably just give it to Hero. It's not bad at all for being free, even if the kiddie pool outside is haunted. Luxury my butt. This place is as shoddy as it gets. Milady. Nose goes. Okay, yeah, this is the one that's... Oh. No real reason to go outside. And we can't do anything with the DashCon ball pit yet. I do like that all of the Gator guys are siblings, and they have a mom. I wonder if perhaps there's something that can be ascertained from that. There's not many parents in Headspace. There's basically Space Boy's dad. Also, do people like these overalls? I just got them. They came in the mail today. Yes, they are a little basil, I guess. They're very green. But yeah, I do like them quite a bit. They go with my eyes, because I have green eyes. I believe Hero gets his picture put up there. I take a lot of pride in my outfits. It is kind of funny because I work remotely, and so a lot of my outfits end up being basically just for me. Because most days I don't really go out. But, I find overalls comfy, though I don't, these are actually the first ones I've purchased that aren't like the sweatpants overalls that I often wear, which those are super comfy. It is not alive. Touchdown. There's like so many NPCs that just have one line of dialogue that you can use to like perhaps imply some things about characters in the real world, but like, why would you, right? The vast majority of these NPCs do not give you anything, and they're kind of just there to fill up space. I think the Deeper Well NPCs are pretty good, but I think I do get compliments. Actually, I've been thinking about this. Omori kind of hit my life at a time when I was kind of like going through a big transition, um, where I had been out of college for a couple years and was super depressed. I was living states away from everybody I ever knew. Um, Throughout my entire life, I've basically, um, I kind of like stick to what's comfortable. I don't like change. And it was just like one day, like a couple years, I was like, you know what? I see all these outfits and shirts and stuff online and on Instagram ads and stuff, and it's like, I'm an adult now. I have a real job. I should dress the way I want to dress. Be the way I want to be. Talk to the people I want to talk to. Do the things I want to do. Um, and Omori kind of like entered my life around the same time, and so it's perhaps like inspired some of the ways that ended up manifesting. Though, like a lot of my favorite outfits, I don't end up wearing. I probably would never wear on stream just because usually when I'm streaming, it's like after work and I want to wear something more comfortable. I did. I I think I talked about this a little bit during my first streams, but like I realized I liked guys in high school, um, and just kind of decided to, stay in the closet for a while. And that was something I was planning on like taking to my grave. Yeah. In fact, even when I was getting into Omori, I was mostly doing it anonymously, because none of my friends like used Tumblr or anything like that, which is where I was mainly engaging. Um, it was only when like Sinesk started picking up that I started moving things over to Twitter, and that's like when everybody started figuring out. I remember actually that summer of 2023, I went to LA to visit some friends, and I think that's where I started coming out of the closet to people. Not that it's really mattered. I have remained single since, so that's unfortunate. I'm just like not good at talking to people still. But I'm sure something will break. Yeah. I'm like fine with it, right? Like it's not like I've always been single. Like it's just kind of business as usual. I've grown. It's just like the idea of accepting that part of me and accepting that I want people to know about it. Um, really just improved a lot of things. Because I feel weird saying that Omori was involved with me coming out because I don't want people to get like the wrong idea about it. I guess, I don't know, is a weird way to say it, but yeah. Because it was mainly just like tangential. It's like because I started interacting in that way on Twitter, everybody started figuring out, so there's no reason to hide it anymore. And luckily I have a very supportive family. We all know how this goes. Yeah, well, it was also like just like Sunny's like journey in general. I'm not talking about coming out, but like, you know, the fact that Omori dropped the December after the pandemic started, I think was kind of like genius. I think part of Omori resonating with so many people was the fact that it released at a time when, especially overseas, if not in the United States, people were largely cooped up in their houses and all of that, especially younger folks. And for my part, you know, being states away, I just like wasn't near any of my friends, and at one time there was like points in time where I fell out of contact for months at a time, and I was just kind of going to work and talking to my aunt and stuff. Oh, yeah, it is like a journey. I did realize I liked guys in high school. It was kind of a little bit of a hell for me, realizing that. I don't know what I think it was. It was like my family would like say they were supportive. I had to deal with like when I was in middle school. I had to deal with people spreading rumors about me being gay. Which I'm not. I am actually bi, though I do lean towards guys. But I think it was just like part of that. It was like I didn't want to deal with the complications that might arise with it. And like even if my family is like supportive, you know, what if they like make bad jokes or, you know, I don't know. It's I have a habit of psyching myself out of doing things that will bring some kind of change, and I've always been that way. And I think that's maybe why I resonate with Sunny. I'm talking in circles here, but we need to get Gosh darn it! I forgot to hit the button again. All right, so we have to fight Mr. Jawsome and Pluto. Oh, Koro, I've been thinking about the peanut. I don't know if you were here earlier in the stream when I was talking about it, but I've kind of been thinking about the peanut and jelly and palmy house in Orange Oasis analysis, because usually, like for the most part, a whole big thing about Orange Oasis is that it kind of represents Sunny's younger life, which Basil wouldn't have been a part of, and also his upcoming life in the city, which Basil will also, if Sunny in the Omori route, will not be a part of. Of course, in the Sunny route, there's the whole let's make new memories together thing. I've actually been thinking that Jelly's Mari, and I've been thinking that just because it is Sunny's house, like what if when like now there's no reason to believe this. Maybe. I do think Palmy is still Polly in a way. Um, I've been wondering if maybe Polly was originally implied. Like I don't know. This is me just making stuff up. Like, what if when Sunny was younger, before Polly was a nurse, she was like a babysitter, like you know, older high school type situation. Um, or like maybe while she's in medical school. I don't know how old, where she is in the age range chart that Omocat has released. Because Palmy is very specifically not Peanut and Jelly's parent, which is kind of like why I connect her to Polly. I think she is in the graduates group. Which unfortunately doesn't mean much because that's like, I believe that's like 20 to 30. which I can tell you there's a bit of a difference between a 20-year-old and a 30-year-old. Not as much as you'd think as I approach 30, but when I see a 20-year-old, they do often just look like a baby to me these days. Not a baby, but like, yeah. You're a child. I don't know. I keep forgetting that because I turned 29 in September, but the years just keep flying away. Oh, I did not actually. I keep accidentally skipping cutscenes. I'm so sorry. Oh crap! I should have changed my skills back. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of Oh, I should have gotten... Jossum doesn't do emotions, right? He makes the whole house mad. I don't think this is a Kelnuke fight, right? Like, because Jocelyn is always gonna... There's always gonna be Gator guys at the beginning of the turn, and so Kel can never get at Jocelyn. But I already used the coffee. karate chomps. $143! Oh. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have wasted my coffee on this fight. Yeah, you can get more from TV Girl. I just don't know how that works because I thought you could just leave and come back, but it's still doing the little ad break thing. Is it just a timer? Because I can get the one coffee from the coffee machine, but then it starts doing the little ad break, and it won't let me get one until I come back, like, way later. So I'm wondering if it's, like, I don't know, like a 2 or 3 minute timer, and I just have to wait it out. Behold, this is my final form. Can you feel the heat? Yeah, I just wish I redid my skills before I came in here. I think it's cute that Pluto is Kel's pet rock in the real world. I have so many rubber bands. There are too many boss fights during one day left. Alright, I guess this is technically... This is 2 days left. Yeah, this is technically 2 days left. 1 day left doesn't start until you do the real world. No, hero, your speed. Do you get down to defense after 2 attacks? Whatever, I'll check. I like how you can tell which items I got from the dog because I have way too many of them. I'm not intimidated. I don't know about any of you, but I'm not intimidated. I think this is going to matter. I feel like this fight's almost over. But I will give Aubrey a soda. Pluto picks up the Earth and slams it into everyone. That was underwhelming. Yes, but we will... I will, yes, absolutely finish this with a, release energy. No! No! The one thing about like the Pluto stuff in this game is that I find interesting is that they never actually call Pluto, like they call him a former planet and stuff, but they never call him like a dwarf planet, and they never like say he's like smaller than other planets. Kind of makes me, I think it's part of like supposed to be the ambiguity, because like if they said the word dwarf planet, then it would be really easy. Because like if you look at the point in time that this game is probably meant to represent within a Mocat's life, that is something that would happen much later. Like I think that's late 2000s, right? I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Well, I'd say that. I'd have to look it up. Definitely past the point of getting the latest Walkman that Sunny comments on. I don't know. I mean, it was a debate for a long time, which is probably what this is more a reference to. Mr. Jawsome also seems to kind of just represent dads in general, like in a way. I think there's like several. It's an analysis I haven't read in a long time. It was not my interpretation. But I know the this hat stand right here has something to do with it because it appears in Sunny's house during like Memory Lane or right before it. Go get them, you crazy kids. This is a surprise, children. I just think Jalsum represents more like fatherhood than any specific dad. But I see what you mean. I also think it's completely possible that well, I think possible, even likely, even that getting with Mari was probably the first thing that Hiro did that Sunny's dad probably disapproved of. Before I forget, let's give Hiro the, oh, the veggie kit. I do like the veggie kit, though. That's fine. So I think it's like, once a Mori is level 26, you can, that's like the point in time you can one-shot a chicken, question mark. Hi, I'm Mira. I'm new here. I do think that that is really funny. I suppose she probably has new dialogue during Amori Route's one day left. I didn't know you could talk to everyone. I know there are specific people you can talk to as Hiro to get stuff. Actually, there's like several points in time where you can get, where you can at least get like alternative dialogue when you have different characters selected. Obviously, the one that everybody knows is Mari has different dialogue depending on which character you use. Thank you, Shambu. Yeah. Thank you, Touchdown. I do like just like the photos of real sharks. It gets a chuckle out of me every time. Something you kind of forget about is like when you haven't played Amori in a while, with the way people talk about it. And I know I'm kind of just like copying a popular Amori Twitter post that was made like yesterday. Yeah, like there is some really underrated. I think it's like the quick stuff, like just like the shark pictures or a lot of the stuff, the little jabs in during Sweetheart's wedding. The like car locking bit is one I particularly find good. Well, real quick, let's go play in the Dashcon ball pit. It is kind of mean-spirited, which I do like in a way, because you know these are like teenagers. Basil like has beef with Kel sometimes. It feels like in the beginning, like I know Aubrey's the one that calls Kel the brick, but Basil's like, well, that too. Uh, but like Basil's like definition of cacti is so like passive aggressive. He's like, well, that too, but also cacti. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, there is still like he does still compliment him there, but he also like throws the odd even you could take care of a cactus, Kel, which I think is just crazy. In a world without the incident, Basil would be like a mean gay, and everybody would hate him. I do not remember. I would say that I will check next time I see it, but that's not going to happen in this playthrough. And I don't know that I'm going to do a third stream of this game, as far as like the actual game is concerned. Maybe at like the 10-year anniversary. This is actually something I wanted to mention, though. What happened to Basil's flowers for, like, the friend group? Because I think it is actually out of character a little bit that he has not taken care of them into the modern day. And so I've constantly been, like, wondering if there's, like, something to that. And I think the fact that... I think a key there is the fact that here, let me I'm looking at some pictures real quick. So like Basil's bedroom does still have like sunflowers in it. Kel's room does have a cactus in it, as well as another plant that's definitely not a rose. I thought there was roses in their room somewhere. I don't know. I know that the actual reason that Basil hasn't taken care of his friend's flowers into the modern day is because those, I'm pretty sure, like at least the Basil's garden segment and the animation for the final duet were both very late additions to the game. And so ultimately, the reason that he doesn't have them anymore in the real world is because they probably just didn't go back and add them. Even though I think it would have made more sense with the way he like yearns for the past and for things to go back to normal. I think it would have made more sense for him to have taken care of them into the modern day. But the fact that Kel does have a cactus that is, does make me... I have adopted the headcanon that at some point he gave each of the friends their flowers. That's true, but Polly is taking care of them for him, so they should still be there. Like, I'm pretty sure when she says that, she's like actively watering the flowers. I don't know. My headcanon is just that he gave them to his friends. Aubrey obviously probably like destroyed it at some point. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe if that's super in character for Aubrey. Like obviously she cleaned off all the photos in the album, not just the ones of Mari. Despite her being mad at her friend. So maybe she wouldn't have destroyed the flower, the gladiolus. Um, Sunny obviously probably would not have taken care of a white tulip after the incident. Mari obviously couldn't take care of a lily of the valley after the incident. Interesting wrinkle: lily of the valley are poisonous to cats. Interesting thing to keep in mind there. Hero's Rose probably died in the year. Roses probably died in the year that he was remaining in bed. And like I said, Basil still does have sunflowers at his house, in his bedroom. And look there, you've got to admit, the view is pretty nice. Okay, Mari. Okay, Mari. I think the thing that gets me about it is that the game. Also, there's no picnic dialogue here because the picnic dialogue is after Basil comes back. Is like Basil will actually mention during the dinner that some of the flowers there are still the same flowers. And I get that like flowers do wilt over time and it could represent the group's bond. I personally still think it would have worked. It would have been a little bit better if those flowers were still there. Just like the idea of Basil actively taking care of the flowers, even though like Sunny's locked him out and Aubrey's bullying him and Kel's not talking to him and Hero's gone off to college and Mari's dead. I would have really liked that. But I also really would have liked if you could have watered Basil's flowers in the real world instead of just in Headspace, especially since it draws attention to the fact that Basil's not doing it. I don't know. That's just my take on that, though. I think there was a missed opportunity with the way Basil's flowers are handled in the real world. I don't know. I mean, you're not talking to him, but you can continuously go to his house, like during like 2 days left. You can go in there, and he's just in bed. And, you know, you could throw in a little line of dialogue if Sunny decides to do it during the dinner at Basil's segment. And then, of course, 1 day left, you can just do it during the sleepover. Like, I don't think it would have been that hard to justify. Right. Like, it's just kind of like how the picnic works. Like, you suddenly have all these hangouts in the real world, too, after you've only had them in Headspace. Well, I guess you haven't only had them in Headspace. There's a couple of hangouts that you can do in the real world before the rest of the party joins. Yeah, and, like, especially now that I'm thinking about it, like, the 2 days left one, because I do personally think that Sunny jumping into the lake after Basil's what really sets like the difference in Headspace from the Amori route, from the loop. Like that's what makes Spirit Mari appear. And so if you could water the flowers after that, I think that would be I think it would be cute. I think it would be cute. It's not like the game's bad for not including it. Oh, that's just Basil. That's Basil. You can ignore him. Sunny's got it handled in a few days. That's Basil at the lake, waiting. In the Amori route, Stranger says all of the flower meanings except white tulips, right? Like that's like I mean, I guess we're gonna see it probably during the next stream. But like he goes through all of them and then instead of doing white tulips, just stares at Amori and then walks away. Which I always found really poignant. But I mean, there are interesting things about the like the flower segment, like where Basil talks about, you know, which flower applies to which person, which are interesting if we are to interpret that that he said these exact lines of dialogue in the real world. Like, for instance, Hiro doesn't say anything during that entire during the entire segment, and well, he doesn't say anything about the flowers. He obviously talks when like the Sproutmals are there. And when Basil talks about like Hiro and Mari's flowers, he talks about them in like the third person. He's like, can you guess what roses represent? Who roses represent? Did you guess Hiro? And so, you know, it could kind of imply that maybe during that specific conversation that has been transposed into Headspace, Hiro and Mari weren't actually involved, and Basil was just telling his three younger friends like about the flowers. As much as I would love if I could interpret that he was only telling Sunny about it. Obviously, you know, Aubrey does call Kel a prick, and Basil does agree. So I feel like that they were probably also involved. But it is very cute. I mean, I think you could, if you look, I mean, I think you could with the Stranger version of it say like, okay, maybe that stuff was added, but like at that point, why wouldn't his mind have also added stuff from Hiro? So if I... Yes, actually, Sproutmals are real in the real world, and they actually they're just off screen at all times. I think she does give it to him in the Amori route. I don't know. Barbacoa. Man, I could use some barbacoa tacos right now. You're that boy who saved my marriage. Hiro, was it? I never got the chance to thank you for that. Imagine successfully... Hey! Oh! 143 clams! Imagine managing to save someone's marriage in the game Amori. Couldn't be me. I definitely couldn't have accidentally skipped the save the marriage quest in the real world in multiple playthroughs. True. I hate that you can't run inside. Sunny doesn't like marriage because during the point in time the game takes place, you can't do it in a gay way. If I go down to the... Oh, it's... It's Birdly. Or Burley, not Birdly. Epic rap battles of history. Birdly versus Burley. I do think when you combine Kim and Burley, I do think they are a very underrated character in Amori. Biggest, baddest, most ultimate weapon, lacking inspiration. A bit buoyant. You're supposed to get the pool noodle, right? I don't remember how to get that. Oh well, I'm sure it'll turn up. I find that Burley is annoying in a very charming way, in my opinion. Like, the Aubrey, like, you don't have to tell me. I'll probably find it on my own. I'm a pretty thorough person. I mean, yeah, it's probably in a watermelon. I just like the, I love the, like, second quest, where she just makes Aubrey hit, Van over and over again with the bat because she's bored. Like, it's annoying, but it's, like, annoying in a charming way for me, I think. So, this room, the women's restroom. I am the mirror on the wall, and I dubbed thee the cutest one of them all. So, like, this room is, like, clearly partially based on Basil's house. Like, it has the hanging plants. It has the Polaroids on the wall. At least, like, his bedroom. I think this isn't... I don't think this is the wallpaper used, because I think Basil's wallpaper is green. I think this is actually the wallpaper used in Sunny's house. Which, of course, could mean nothing. Yeah, most people don't go in here, yeah, most people don't go in here until, like, until they have, like, the mystery potion, but you can actually just tag Aubrey in to go in there. Yeah, it's not remotely subtle. I mean, there are definitely like a couple of different. I think I don't know. I saw a very interesting analysis of this room about how Sunny himself, like, in a way associates Basil with femininity in a way that maybe he doesn't really understand, because of like the Polaroids and everything. I don't think like I personally don't connect the mystery potion itself to this, since you can go in there a lot earlier as Aubrey. But obviously, like, there are many different ways. Well, I wouldn't say many. There are a few different ways to interpret the different gender-related things that you get in Deeper Well. I do think that is like that's also like a pretty fair, like, obviously. So I unfortunately do think that the reason that the potion exists is because they already had the Sprite and they wanted to put a funny Easter egg. And I don't know that Omocat truly expected people to run away with it. But I also think Omocat's barely a real person, so people should do what they want. I do also think the idea of like Sunny internally, subconsciously being like, yeah, one of us has to be the girl. The girl, you know, a very rudimentary and immature way of thinking about being gay or, you know, being attracted to men. But I mean, at the end of the day, it is also like a literal gender fluid that you drink. So, you know, who knows? I think like all interpretations can be cute. For it, I like. The only thing that gets me is the fact that it's in Deeper Well, right? It's like, it only works underwater, which isn't really supposed to have a good connotation in Headspace. And it's a weird restriction to have. Like, why wouldn't Omocat just let you use it anywhere? I don't know. Yeah, maybe it's one of those load-bearing code things. All of us were falling down an endless black hole. Man, the Headspace friends, like, showing some level of awareness of this kind of stuff is just, like, very interesting to me. I don't know. Sometimes I don't know what to make of it. Alright, so it's almost 9 p.m. here. I have to stay up until around 11 to give Major Thomas gabapentin. If you want to know why he's not around me, it's because he is upset that I've been squirting gabapentin into his mouth twice a day. After his recent visit to the veterinarian, that cost me $700. I had to apply for a care credit card for that. He was okay at the vet. Like, the only reason I took the gabapentin was because like last week he had like one. Basically, they did some like tests, and they found out like, okay, it looks like he recently had this, but he's like fine now. But I'm still gonna give you this medication for him. It was the test that cost all the money. The medication was like $20. But yeah, he's fine now. But he's been very wary of me if I just walk up to him. So in the manga, isn't Omori the one who draws this in the manga directly? Or am I making that up? It's so much earlier in the manga, isn't it? Yeah, he's fine. It makes him a little bit sleepy, but this one was like pretty early in the manga, and I was still like keeping up with it. Yeah, so Omori, I do think that's an interesting change because I mean it's still a baffling change to be sure, but I still have this like here. I'm just gonna say it once I actually get the picture. Also, like, I talked about this in my last playthrough, so it's not like... So, like, I know, like, the pink is supposed to be Aubrey's correction of the drawing of Basil's hair, but doesn't this look like Basil's angel costume for Halloween, right? Like, and it's not even like I get that Aubrey was trying to correct the hair, but she made it look less like him, if that's supposed to be his hair. Like, his hair's not that long. And he's wearing, like, the tunic, right? I don't know. Some people have, like, told me that they don't see it, but I feel like I see it. And I get it. Because, like, when the game came out, the calendar didn't exist. So, like, obviously, like, there's no reason to think that. Nose goes. But that's my take on that. So Mari, what do you do when you're waiting for us? Say hello and try to make small talk with the folks who pass by. Let's see, around this area I typically see cranky tourists and gator guys. Remember a chronically unlucky fellow named Snaily. He suddenly fell into a hole. I never saw him again after that. Boring. Somebody pointed out to me, like, I think I saw it on Twitter or something, or Tumblr or something, that when you do the picnic in the real world, at Mari's grave, Sunny is sitting where Mari usually sits. I thought that was cute. Beached ball. coconut. Oh, this does increase speed by a lot, though. Oh, that's an interesting thing. I never really associated the white space with the picnic. I do want the Clems. I think I'm gonna get to Deeper Well before I go back and do Unbred Twins and Orange Oasis. Yeah, there's still quite a bit left. Humphrey is famously the part of the game that Omocat is not satisfied with. I still think it's crazy that this is still technically 2 days left, because I think I think, like, in my head, I forget that the prologue is just called prologue, and that the headspace follows the real world. And so thinking about this as 2 days left, when in my head, it feels so much later. I don't have enough clams. Alright, off we go. Shoot, I forgot to redo my skills again. Let's take a look at our skills. So I don't think we really need... So I like stab. Oh, and then I can get Shun too. So that way I can Painful Truth, make both of us sad. The hero item that doesn't give him a skill. Oh my gosh, this game is so freaking long. I don't think this is like actually a hard fight. Is this the only other creature in Headspace that uses a knife other than a Mori? Right, I'm like wondering if there's maybe symbolism that he wants the bed, right? Like we get him, like that's the thing he wants us to get him in the Sprout Mill Village is the bed. He has blackmail on Rosa, which Rosa kind of parallels Aubrey taking the photo album when she takes the mixtape. Sunny, based on his relationship with Aubrey, would, I guess, have blackmail on her. I'm just spitting this shit off the top of my head. Need to like do anything here. Yo, I unlocked the stair. Me when I'm Sunny Omori stares at you. muscle flexes and feels his best. Happy juice. Oh yeah, I have so much cherry soda. How could I forget it? Yo, level 25. That means Kel has 143 juice. Is this the bed? Yeah. Better exhaustion destroyer. Yeah, Kel at level 25 has 143 juice, while Basil has 143 heart. Though you can never actually see that in gameplay because, unless you're like crazy, because you can't see that until Basil Rush, and I'm not sure it's actually possible to get to that point in the game and still being at level 25. I don't know, can you... I mean, the game's not that hard. If you, like, skip every fight... If you only do the required fights, what level are you by the time you get to... It is? Interesting. That's true. That's true. That's true. What am I... How do I get... Am I going insane right now? How do I get behind there? Oh, I'm stupid. I'm sorry. I'm a gamer, right? I play video games. I play this game so much. I know everything about Omori. I'm the guy you talk to if you want to talk to about Omori. And I definitely understand how this game works. Basil disappears from this, from the background when you get to Deeper Well, right? I think is how it works. I should have left. I should have done the hero one for last resort, but I guess we can do that for the hero fight, boss man hero. True. Omocat for gore. I need to get to the top so I can get the joke for the Weeping Willow quest. I hate that it... No, I don't hate this. I actually do love it. That it just says excellent every single time, even though the jokes are not egg related. I mean, is the first joke that you get, is the first one even egg-related? Like, is there an egg-related joke? I mean, it is funny to me. I think it's funny because it's so stupid. Maybe that's something that Hero used to say because he's the one who has to tell the jokes. Oh, thank you, Snaily. And so, since they used to have like homemade breakfast every Saturday morning, Hero would be dropping those excellence all the time. Nobody would laugh, but Sunny would think it's really funny. He'd be like, wow. The third group I've seen here this week. Reference to headspace loops, perhaps? Roger that. It was good to have you, Arjanish. All natural sea cow farms. Tuna can. In here's Fish Boy, right? Yes. Me when I see a table with 2 chairs next to it with a plant on it. Is that a sunflower reference? Oh my gosh, it's the song! The fire is wet. I think I am just gonna keep going through the caves. Though I did do that the first time. But I do like experiencing the game to its fullest extent. This game, everything I try to do in this game always takes longer than I expect it to. And I'm kind of hungry. Sorry, I'm not... Sorry, I'm 28. I'm kind of hungry. Go! Now my levels are off. I didn't know tripping made the opponent sad after... It did a backflip? Our greatest weakness lies in giving up. Oh, okay. Interesting. Goyle the crab. Would it... I think this is the music box room? Yeah. Musical clams in training. Alright, let's... We don't need that. Let's just get to Snaily. Yeah, you didn't know about the musical clams? Snaily furiously attacks. Oh no, he's gonna kill Hero. Snaily's happy. Yeah, I don't really... Oh yeah, have you always just paid the tolls to like just run through this area? I mean, it makes sense. It's like, it's probably... Man, I keep accidentally using a bunch of skills instead of actually attacking. He gives you coffee though, which is good. I think he gives you one... I think you do. Like, I think he starts a cutscene and he, like, pulls you into it. At least the first one. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Game theory, who's Snailey's friends that gave him coffee? Game theory never did Omori, right? Like, there was never an Omori game theory. Was that supposed to be a thing? He said he got the coffee from his friend, though. Maybe he got it from Mari, because, well, I guess he never talked to Mari is the thing. Hero attacked muscle. It did 0 damage. Aubrey, no! I don't know why I'm being stingy with the life jam. I have nearly 50 of them. Oh my gosh, there's so many, like... There's so many dudes here. Do I want to actually... Do I want to go do this wizard farm? Sorry, I'm just kind of like thinking to myself right now. It's just like kind of crazy that the console version of Omori is just like a superior version of the game, specifically for the route that nobody plays. Like, I mean, obviously people in the fandom, like people who are fans of the game play it, but like I feel like the majority of people play Omori once. Man, am I glad the muscles move so slow, because I hate fighting them. He is leveling up. I'm gonna stare at him. That's crazy. I don't think I pressed A on him. Like, I think it forced me into this fight. Like... Whoa there. Who said you were allowed to do that? Yeah, how about band? Give this guy a taste of how the real world works. Stanley uses an air horn. Alright, but I think this area is where I can take a break from the story and go back to Orange Oasis. Also hand in the the release energy. Hero! No! You killed Hero! Also, the fact that there's no cutscene after that, you just kill Snaily. Deeper Well. Word is that Deeper Well has been around for a long time, but the bridge wasn't there until recently. Who knows what's on the other side? No, I don't think. What's over this way? It feels like this is a thing that if I look at it enough times, something will appear. Alright. Black space S collected. Welcome to black space. Oh, Sunny with the red eyes. If I go into Deeper Well, is there a fast travel point there that I can... Deeper Well's a funky little area. I bet Basil would have really liked it here. Basil, he would have really liked it. Right, guys? Yeah, I'm sure he would have. Huh? What is it? Hey, I have a serious question. Do any of you remember what Basil looks like? What Basil looks like? Let's see here. Basil loves taking care of flowers and taking photos of his friends. He's warm, calm, and gentle, and even when he's upset, he'll always manage a smile. The rest is starting to get a little fuzzy. I still miss him, but it's hard to remember why. We've all been apart from Basil for way too long. As long as we have a Mori to keep us on track. All this time, Basil has been waiting for us. He could be lost, lonely, or scared. I bet he could use a big hug right now. All this time, he's been waiting for us. Parallels the stranger dialogue. He's been waiting for you all this time. So I'll give him a big old hug. Me and Kel get along? I don't think there's a fast travel point here. I might have to go back. Also, you can't run in this area, which is in that area, which is strange. I'm just gonna pay the 300 clams so that I can run directly there, or the 3,000 clams. I have like 30,000 clams. I donate to charity. Be kind to others. Respect your community. Love yourself. I love these guys. We're not going to do the sea cows right now. Alright, finally. We're gonna go to Vast Forest, right? Yeah. So that we can hand in... I guess we can water some flowers real quick. I don't remember at what point it is that the flowers like permanently die. It's probably like once you get to Humphrey, or maybe it's like once you enter Humphrey or something like that. Again, this doesn't really matter because of the route we're doing. The like hearts that you get out of this are so minuscule that it's not really a game changer. Game Changer. Oh, I watched the last episode of Game Changer recently. The most recent one. Count the Rice. And it was hilarious. think there's some other stuff we can do in here too now that we can swim. That joke's pretty funny. There it is. The law sword for the hero. Only a true hero is able to wield it. Perhaps we will meet again in another life. XD. Snacks will restore more heart in battle. Yeah, we'll do the law sword. Get some more juice. Am I? For some reason, I thought the law sword making him happy, like, overrode the being scared of spiders part. Have I gotten all of the faux facts here? No, it doesn't, because he was still scared in that fight. Okay, yeah, I think I am missing some enemies in this area. Like this one right here. This one explodes, right? Yeah, I did walk past, like, these enemies the first time. A golden hero sandwich. The password is wah. Hero, my man. Any friend of heroes is a friend of mine. It's the rarest bear. Can't serve fruit juice to minors. Oh, was that Rosa right there? I completely missed her. Everyone got 5 juice. It's you four again. Haven't you ruined my life enough times? Oh no, it saw me. Alright. Alright, I think we just gotta head to Orange Oasis now. Mr. Outback, no! Mr. Outback has been turned into sand. Is there another mustard? Yeah. Need an hoagie here. Everyone gained 5 juice. I almost forgot about something. There's the two... There's like two... Like, yeah, here they are. They're right here. Space Pirate Buddy and Space Pirate Dude. Will just like appear around places. Oh gosh, I think I have to go back to Firefly Forest real quick. I don't think I can actually experience this right now. But they will appear in like the Daddy Longlegs area. It's really funny. If you go over here, this might only work if... Now that I think about it, it might only work if you don't do the Daddy Longleg stuff. Shoot. Okay, yeah, so you can't see it here, but like if you don't do the Daddy Longleg stuff, They will like be in that area. I just think it's silly. Usually you don't get like headspace NPCs interacting like that. Um, so them just appearing in that area is really funny to me. Maybe they're blocking it. I'm not sure. There's a lot of stuff that I've like kind of forgotten how it works in this game. I know like a big part of the Amori route is a lot of like the serious stuff, like the fears fights and something, get gamified at the end. Um, oh, I should have done that. Yeah, back to Orange Oasis. So we'll do Dino's Digs. I think Amori is high enough level to one-shot the chickens, question mark? Which I'm pretty sure are supposed to be like a really good source of experience. Child on stilts. I am stuck and cannot get down. Okay. Alright, so I need to equip the daisy. Me when I put a daisy in Amori's hair and it makes him happy. And then he needs to have Lucky Slice. Oh shoot! Did I save before coming in here? I guess I should have checked to see if there was like a picnic basket in there. Oh, I did save. Okay. Me when I waste my clams. Oh, I guess I didn't waste my clams. Okay. Alright, and so if you'll remember... Well, I guess you probably didn't remember because you weren't here, but I came in here and I took the key, so I already have a pyramid key. Yeah, I mean, probably the ideal way to do it is to just do like the first area a few times and get like 4 pyramid keys. Am I high enough level for this yet? I should be. Like in the Sunny route, this is when you'd be doing this, unless you did it before Black Space. Can't run through them. Let me at the chickens! You're right, this is annoying. I want to fight the chickens, but they immediately ran into the... I can't get to them because they immediately ran behind these rabbits who can take 1 billion hits. Alright, so I should be able to one-shot this thing. Okay. I can't one-shot it. Alright, so we'll, well... There's no real reason to... I think you mainly get Dino Dollars in the first level, so we'll just, I hate how stupidly strong the Orange Oasis monsters are. Alright, I think we're gonna do Breaven first, then, and hopefully get a little bit more experience. I thought I should have been able to one-shot... I should have been able to one-shot the chicken. Did I get the level wrong? If it crits, you can take it down in one shot around level 25. Can we talk about how the 3 items that let Omori start happy are the daisy, the heartstring, and the wedding ring? Level 36 Kel. Is this a post? Maybe this is a, Stupid. Alright, let's do Breaven. The unbred twins get sad, right? That's their whole deal. I mean, I guess I could just use stare, right? Yeah, I want to poke the big toast. It's flour. One of my favorite jokes from the that I made early on, like a long time ago, was just how Sonny's love of like bread and baking and baked goods makes him a flour boy. Flour. Which I've always just gotten so much pleasure out of myself from coming up with that. I already know what the code is. Yeah. If Amori was a good game, there would be a song that is called Home for Flower, but Flour. It's Claus! What's he doing here? There may be no turning back. What in tarnation? Ah, shoot. You died. I thought I could hide on the sides. I think I convinced myself that that's something I can do every single time. I don't actually know what the end of that hallway looks like, if there is an end to that hallway. Normal sized fruit. Baking stuff. Pig bread. Intruders, begone, living toast. Our masters do not sleep. I don't know what the deal with the moles is. I know it's like... It's probably like a joke about the sprout moles, the fact that they're actual moles. But, like... I don't know what the deal is. Why do the unbred twins have a legion of moles? Alright, let me take a look at our emotion chart. So the unbred twins get sad, which means we want to be angry. I can do angry. Just starts angry, doesn't really... Oh, the contract. Oh, that like sacrifices like all of your heart and juice. No, thanks. I never actually like look at Kel's skills. I always like kind of just get him the ones that are good, and then... So Megaphone makes all friends angry. Sure. Share food. Fresh bread, fresh bread. Ready, Steady, Go. I think Ready, Steady, Go is my favorite song on the soundtrack. Hero, no! Oh, I think they're about to kill Aubrey. Yeah. I just realized there was a pattern to their attacks. So we would attack. Release energy! That's my stuff! How dare you heal? He recovered 1 heart. We did it. Level 29 and learned Comeback. And learned Mesmerize. We're not bred, we're kids, just like you. This quest is, like, heavily symbolic, right? Like, you have these 2 characters who have been making the headspace creatures for their entire lives, and you have Kel and Aubrey and Hero encouraging them, saying, hey, there's a whole world out there if you go experience it, right? We've changed our minds. We want to leave. This place sucks. It's time to change. Welcome, living toast. Without our masters, we are free. We will make this place our new home. Home? Say that again. I'm gonna miss Biscuit's jokes. The bread phones. Oh, it just takes you straight to the summoning circle. Actual ghost. I completely forgot about actual ghost. And by completely forgot, I mean I've never tried to go back down there after doing the Unbred Twins fight. Alright, well, I think I'm gonna run to Otherworld real quick and do one last thing before I sign off for the night. Like I said, I'm probably... Unless something comes up Friday, like... Well, no, I'm probably not going to go out Friday night because I have to work Saturday morning. So I'll probably try to finish up the repeat stuff on Friday. Get through, like, Black Space and Humphrey and all that. That way we can... move on to brighter pastures. I am a bit sleepy. Maybe Major will successfully keep me from giving him his gabapentin tonight. Not. Usually he'd be all over me by now trying to get me to go to bed, but he knows that I have gabapentin for him. All they've been showing is reruns. It's M's. Hoagie sent me to the couch for timeout. I just tried eating the tables over there. M's is my favorite developer insert in this entire game. I wish more of them would have been little headspace creatures than just having all the hooligans named after them. This space pirate doesn't have a name. I did not actually know about that. I've never seen that something before. But I believe this item is the red ribbon. Which, if I am not mistaken, is something that Mari is wearing in Headspace. Hashtag Mari's Headspace outfit is the same as Basil and Sunny's real world outfit, but it has a red ribbon on it. Where is it? Here it is. Attack increases with more energy. Defense +5. Alright, so I think I'm going to call this here for tonight and come back on Friday. What's great is I don't work on either Friday or Sunday, which means I can start a little bit earlier. Oh, also, while we're in Otherworld, here's Gascon. Oh crap, I forgot my camera at home. What's a good camping trip if I can't take any pictures? I like all the little, like, summer camp references in Amori, even though, like, there's no, like, direct references to the group going to summer camp, or at least, assuming they're talking about Boy Scout summer camp, the boys going to it. But I like to, my headcanon here is Gascon being like, oh crap, I forgot my camera at home. What's a good camping trip if I can't take any pictures? Is intended to reference, it's not in the photo, the summer camp's not in the photo album because Basil forgot his camera. And so it fades into memory. Fades from memory, rather. But yeah, we're gonna call it there. Thank you so much for watching. Have a great night.